Good morning, everyone. Happy Saturday, and welcome to another round commentary of the 140th edition anniversary of the New Jersey State Chess Federation. It's been a thrilling tournament so far with potentially unexpected results, some blunders, interesting end games, and well, now that we have passed the half of the tournament, let's see who's going to take home the trophy of this event. So we have two players with 4 points, Grandmaster Alexander Lenderman and Maxim Delugi. One player with 3.5, and that is Grandmaster Alexander Strapunsky, and 3 players with 3 points, Grandmasters Andrew Tang, Kamrakulov, Durabek, and Mark Paragua. I think without further ado, let us get into the games. Having a slightly later start than I wanted because I was trying to see what was wrong with when the games did not show up. It might eventually, but it wasn't. So we'll try to see if we can get moves or that. Until then, let's catch up with the 4 games that are available. So right here we have Grandmaster Michael Rode playing against Grandmaster Oliver Barbosa, and it looks like we're having another Alapin. We have been accustomed with seeing an Alapin every single round so far, so but there's always a different round, so there's always something interesting to learn. Yesterday, for example, Grandmaster Mark Paragua went for this line, which I thought was quite interesting, bring the bishop to c2, then of course developing, and in the end playing with b3, getting rid of this pawn to later end up pushing this pawn forward. So that was kind of interesting. Now we're seeing d4, which is the main line, takes, and knight f3. So another relatively main line is the capture, but white decided to play knight f3 here. e6 takes, and d6. Black basically is trying to get a little bit of center and making sure that his pawn is not going to remain backwards in d7, bishop, bishop c4, castle, castle, and queen e2. So what we anticipate to see in this kind of position is the ability for white to try to take advantage of the b1 h7 diagonal with the disappearance of the knight in f6. So we will see some attack going on, okay, black is usually trying to hold on to h7, of course. Maybe playing g6. They will try to delay the push of g6 for as long as possible because that does weaken the dark squares. Sometimes they bring a knight to f8, so we'll see how this game will go. Here we've had Queen's Gambit declined. Transposition from Anand Nimzo, right? So if you don't play knight c3, you don't allow bishop b4, or in theory. In practice, of course, bishop b4 is still a move. It's called Bogo Indian. We can go bishop d2 or knight d2 as main moves, and then black typically continues with b6, bishop b7. That's why it's called Bogo Indian, mix between Nimzo and Queen's Indian. So here a6 takes. Okay, bishop g5. So exchange variation in a way, kind of, but this a6 move has become quite popular. I believe Magnus has made it popular at some point. And the idea is you're waiting to see. We would have seen it on different move orders. So, like, for example, if it was like this, we would have, or better said, let's just put it on the normal order, which would be this one. We would see a3 at move 3 instead of move 4. But at move 4, I think it works as well. The reason people are playing a6 at move 3 and not at move 4 is because they wanted to delay white from placing the bishop in g5. But like this, the way it is placed, of course, it can be developed to g5 or f4. So with a6, black is currently threatening the capture in c4. That's why white normally captures or plays e3. Takes, bishop g5, and now white goes for this line, bishop takes f6. Okay, that's interesting. Queen takes f6, and now probably we're gonna see queen b3, attacking those two pawns, rook a7, and maybe g3. I am anticipating. I've attempted this too, but I'm usually waiting for h6. I don't capture directly, but we'll have to see how this game pans out. And Andrew again for the London. E3. This okay, let's see how London approaches. I mean, it makes sense to trade that bishop. It's one suggestion that I often make, to trade the bishop, the dark square bishop with bishop d6, and you can go back, you can put the knight in e5, or you can pretend like you don't care, which is what Andrew's doing here, and is basically saying if you want to take it, feel free to do so. We're not worried because the e-file opens up, so white will have the ability to place a knight in e5, bishop d3, castle, rook e1, queen e2, place a knight there, other knight comes in, and it gives white a relatively good position. Castle, queen c7, bishop d3, and now we're seeing g4 directly. No more preparation, he's going for it. Something that I know a lot of my students were asking me about this g4, which of course looks very nice and such, but basically looking here at the main database, h4 is something that a lot of people play. I was just curious what was the most played move here. H4 or queen e2. I personally I have tried this, and I think I play queen e2 myself. I've tried this. I've played the London. I don't think there's a person who hasn't played the London. A lot of people say they dislike it, but you know, that doesn't mean they don't play it. Okay, so if someone tells you no, dislike it, whatever, they might still play it. So okay, so now we have pressure controlling a6, and then also of course we'll support that. Who knows, maybe long castle, but mostly trying to stop the trading of our super powerful bishop, looking towards the king. So g4 is actually did not have any games in the Lee chess database. That doesn't mean that it doesn't have any games at all, but the idea is when black hasn't played h6 or g6 or any pawns around the king side, g4 sometimes comes a little bit as a surprise, like, okay, what are you doing with the pawn there, why are you even pushing it? And there are reasons for it. There are reasons because even if there's no push yet, there will be some, and basically with g5 we're deflecting the knight or pushing it away from there so that our queen can come into play. Attracting g6, queen can go back or go to h6, and then the h1 comes in. So in these kind of situations where h7 is weak, we also have the ability to do that. So black can try to find a way to put his knight in e4. If that's the case, then of course you know, g5, if g5 can be met with knight e4 and then f5, black might be fine, but a lot of the times that's not an option. So bishop a6 comes in immediately, offering the bishop trade now that we've castled. If you happen to like the system that Grandmaster Lenderman is playing, just keep in mind you can play the system, but please do so after you have castled. If your king is still in e8, you can fall for this little trap here with a king uncastled, and trust me, I've caught a couple of people with this trap in a blitz game. So now there's the ability for white to try to keep the bishop, but the reason people usually don't do it is because of this castling, right? So obviously you can try to keep the bishop, but then you don't castle. Now you can say, well, I don't care about the castle because anyways I play g4, and I know, but still you have to be mindful about the placement of this king. You could potentially consider this, but I don't know how good it will be for white's king to be out into the open like this for 2 too long, maybe they wouldn't care here, but I think they should. G5, knight d7, and if we go queen h5, g6, I don't think the sacrifices would work. This bishop is hanging too, and the fact that you have the king in the center is going to be an issue. Casual, hey. I'm doing okay. I'm still recovering. No more fever, which is good, but I still have runny nose. And okay, you think my voice is better? That's good to hear. I'm not sure. Every time I wake up and I feel a little bit of ruspiness, I'm like, I'm not sure how I feel about it, but at least I got my tea, so tea, honey, you know, taking care of myself as much as I can in between the streams. So trying to keep up with the players. I think that that Andrew will capture there, and then he'll probably attempt either h4 or g5. I don't know which one, or maybe queen f3 first to kind of control e4 to make sure black doesn't go knight e4, and then he will push it away. Moving on to the next game, and this is kind of funny because and I should actually put the link for everyone in case you guys are trying to get the link to the broadcast or something. There it is. Andrew is starting the shenanigans. He is, yeah, another game that can be added to my list, I guess, of shenanigans. But so you guys have the link to check out more information about the New Jersey State Federation, what tournaments they have, if you can participate in any of them, and then maybe club information and stuff, and then you can see the list of the players competing in this tournament. Okay, so we have d4 and transposition from a London to a Benoni, or well, Old Indian kind of. Interesting approach. This game I was panicking a bit because the result was showing earlier before I went live, so I delayed my going live because I didn't know what was going on. But all is good now. Hi Sujit, welcome. So here we can go bishop g5. It's a more normal approach. It's interesting that he chose to go to d2. I mean, of course, he needs to keep the bishop out, but yeah, I guess. The reason I don't like the bishop there, that's a square for restructuring of the knight to c4. But I guess he doesn't mind it. h5. That's new. Black is attempting potentially to trade the bishop directly in h6. I don't know how good that move is, though. I don't know if it's prep or not, because he has spent some time on it. I know Mackenzie is playing this kind of pawn structure typically, but yeah. No, he does play the King's Indian and Benoni. Or Banco, I mean. One of those. But I don't like h5 as much. This game could become sharp. And positional, yeah, it's gonna be a positional game, but I think I tend to like white in these positions. The bishop can go back to g5, knight d2, c4. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it's locked, but not completely locked, because white has maintained the pawn in c2, and this gives somewhat of a flexibility and also a little bit of option potentially for long castle too. Usually it's a short castle that we're playing in this position, but sometimes we can go for long. And this game is not available to us yet, so right now we only have 4 games available. So bishop d7, okay, that's interesting. I always envisioned that bishop being developed through b7. Bishop d7 is interesting. Yeah. Bishop d7. Knight c3. Possibly. I mean, we don't mind this pawn structure, and then capturing here, if you have capture like that, I think you usually take it with a knight anyways. And sometimes you can take with the pawn, but here I would presume knight takes. I'm a bit puzzled by the placement of the bishop in d7. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I mean, I'm sure I'm not feeling good about it. I don't know. Maybe he just wanted to keep the pawn in b7 to be able to develop the queen, so he's playing it kind of like French style or something, where the queen still has the ability to be taken out. And Grandmaster Barbosa is also a Caro-Kann player, but I guess for this game he went for the Sicilians, so but then I see if b6, maybe he was worried that this capture could happen and then the bishop would be stuck. Bishop d7, knight c3. d5. I don't think black wants this kind of pawn structure with the bishop still here. Because, you know, we have a lot of pressure on the black king. You have no knight in f6. We have a great French, and you're definitely not gonna be able to trade that bishop anytime soon. So I wouldn't go d5 casual. It is just too bad for the bishop in d7, I think. No, I don't think d5 is a go there. No go. But I don't think I want to take just yet. I mean, I'd probably still play knight c3. If you go bishop d7, then maybe I can take and then go back, you know. And if you take, and bishop b7, yeah, this is what I had envisioned for black in this game. seems like the right thing to do. Bishop f4, rook d1. And as for black, knight c6. And of course we will take here. I'm still puzzled by this move. I do not know exactly what he wants to do with the bishop there. I don't know about f-pawn push at this point with the bishop in white's bishop in c4. Doesn't seem like something you want to do. So queen b3 was played indeed. Okay. But I don't think he's gonna go for that pawn. Like, I think the move is queen d8. If you take, check. Or does he want to play this sharp? Or does he want to go queen d8? e4. c6. Oh my god, what I'm talking about. Oh, okay. Blunder. Flash blunder of the morning. It's not even morning anymore. Oh my goodness. Okay, then I don't know what happens. Queen b6. Queen b6. Can I trap your queen is the question. I mean, knight, I don't know. I don't know whom I prefer in this position. Black for the initiative or white for the extra material. Because black can try to hold your king in the center for a while longer, you know. We can take the knight the next move. King castle, but of course we're down in exchange, so it is messy. This position is messy. Who is in the mood for attacking chess? Who is more in the mood for it, better said. Because that can definitely happen. You can't escape it. Of course, black would have captured with the pawn too, but you don't want to have these double pawns in this position. Is not really ideal, you know. So anyways, queen b3 is... That line could get scary. Yeah, of course. I'm happy to sacrifice them too, but you know. So it looks like they did trade queen e2 and knight back to b8. And this is quite typical of black after trading that bishop. A lot of people think that a good placement of the knight can be in c7 Of course, when the queen wouldn't have been there, but actually, regardless of whether you can go to c7 or not, you should go back to b8 and c6. That is the best placement for the knight in these kind of positions. So that is the place to go. And I don't know, we're gonna see g5 or h4 here. As for this game, okay, a4 makes perfect sense, right? When black is attempting b5, we need to stop them. We don't want them to get too much space on the queen side. b6 is the typical way of stopping things and developing, and now bishop g5. I anticipated that that was going to happen. This is not the placement for the bishop. It blocks the queen and the knight. So after bishop h6, now we gotta think a little bit what we want to do. But probably, since the bishops are gonna be traded anyways, might as well just take so that black doesn't castle. And I don't know how much it matters, but, you know, we don't want them to castle. And now I don't know, do we want to bring the knight to c4, which is a typical way to do it? And I think we do. Can go knight d2, and then I would probably try to get f4 in. As for castle, personally, I would castle long for white, but let's see, sure, castle could work too, and then play f4. White has the ability to break through the position with both b4 and f4, so remains to be seen which one he will choose to go for. Still no moves on this one, I guess. Rook a7, okay. Do you guys think Fed is gonna go for knight takes d5? Or is he gonna try to attempt development with e3 or g3? Makes more sense to play g3, but I don't like this. The rook will be slightly worse placed here. So if they play c6, we have queen b6. And I would probably fianchetto my bishop and then do the minority attack here if I were white. Well, okay, that is a move too. Does he want knight g5 or? I guess it's a nice way of waiting to see what black will do next, technically. g3, bishop g2 is coming up. I'm sure of it. We have to develop. The thing is, you know, black cannot play c6 to protect the pawn because this just loses on the spot. So that's a small problem. h4, interesting. It's possible we've hit one of those moments where king f1. Okay, that's a bit too much. What exactly was wrong with g5? Well, I guess now it doesn't make so much sense because we don't have the bishop, okay? But king f1 is... Okay, well, he might as well just castle. You know, he can put the king in h1 and rook g1. What's this? What's this all about, Andrew? I don't know. Okay, casual, you were saying knight c6 in this game, I believe. Yeah, knight c6 is an option, certainly. Is an option, certainly. a3, probably. Maybe that's why he was waiting to see if he was gonna go knight c6 to play e3. Yeah, he will do some rook g1, yeah, probably. That's why they put the king there. It just looks a bit sus to me. It looks a bit suspicious to me. Should we just give up the pawn? I don't think white can really take it. Yeah, I think I like your knight c6 casual. Very nice idea. Okay, maybe I go rook d1. Or maybe I go long castle. I actually like long castle. I mean, this h4 invites some, I mean, is trying to get some attacks going. I don't know. Maybe some e4s, you know, going. And some g4, g5 later or something. So we can castle long. The king can always hide to a1. Black is somewhat stuck from pushing these pawns forward, so you can probably try this. Oh, okay. Okay, so it was not king f1. It was a it was a DGT error. It was a DGT It was a DGT error. Okay, I was like, okay, I'm not understanding this anymore. What is happening? Okay, DGT error. Okay. No, because this makes sense, to put the king in h1 and you can still attack. King f1 just looked a bit strange. So in the other game, you're saying b5 after my. I know already. We don't see the game. The game Molnar Delugi actually had the result earlier. Thankfully, it went away. Um. So you said b5 after my castle? Yeah, of course you can play b5. It's just in these kinds of positions, because these pawns are not moved, yes, the c file is the only thing that you can actually open. That's why oftentimes in positions with a lock structure, well, not fully locked, but with d pawns locked in the center like that, long castle is fine. And we see it a lot in a lot of like Merans, QGDs, just simply long castles. Now, I don't know if this works, but I just want to do something like this, and you take, I take. I don't know if it works or not. It looks very messy. King is still in the center, has to be calculated, of course, but we got some ideas. And like I said, my king can simply run away. So that can certainly happen. Knight c6, e3. Yeah, maybe e3. E3 or long castle. I don't know what we're going for. Yes, 96 was played. Yeah, 96 was played. So, very nice catch. Very nice catch, Kasha. I like that move. It's certainly a good one. Definitely a very good one. One second, I received a picture. Live shot of board 5. They're playing the gorgeous location. It looks like something d4, d5, but might have been a, I don't know. I'm not seeing the position clearly. Actually might have been on London or QGD. No, because the pawn is on c3, so probably London. It was probably a London. One line where white maintained the bishop, put it back to e3. Oh, game could be up. Yes, it's up. It's back. We have access to it. It was a Caracan, but it looked like it was a London. It could have been a London too. It could have been a London as well. Okay, okay, so now we can finally catch up with this game too. What was it? Caro. Okay. There's a line in the London where you can get this position too. Okay, so Queen C7 stopping Bishop F4. This is quite popular these days. H3 to avoid Bishop G4 after Knight F3. Those lines can be fine for Black. Of course, Black wants to get rid of this bishop or take it out if they can. So he goes for Bishop F5. Yeah, if you don't go for Bishop F5 and you just kind of proceed normally, there's some chances that you might end up getting some, I don't know, some tough positions if this knight goes there, you know. If you don't get your bishop in F5, they might just simply bring in some pieces and eventually you won't be able to actually play Bishop F5. And a lot of people can get worried about this pawn structure. I'm not saying not to get worried at all, because you still should. But you normally should be okay with Black after Bishop G7. You can castle. The king can always go to H8. Just make sure you're not falling for some ideas like, I don't know, with the bishop coming in to take the knight G5, Queen H5, things like that. So Wei decided not to take, but then of course we should take ourselves. If we can avoid getting those double pawns, we should, but if we cannot, then of course we need to get the bishop out. Otherwise, keeping it in B7 is gonna be the end of it. Okay, so that's how he had the bishop in E3. Oh, this is kind of cute of an idea. I don't know how good it is, but it is kind of a cute idea. Queen D2, Queen C1, just to make sure there's still pressure there. And I guess now he wants to play Bishop F4, and then his queen will come back into play eventually. I don't know if I would have played Queen D2 here. Like, first I was thinking of doubling up with the rooks. And then this bishop can be retreated to C1 if need be, right? Like an exchange variation if the Queen's Gambit with reverse colors. But then also we have these kinds of ideas with H4, H5 sometimes. So we can just prep things. And Queen C1 is cute. First retreating and then counterattacking. This knight does need to be pushed back, so I wonder if he's gonna go knight here to trade it away. And if you are Black, would we consider playing F5? That is the question. How much would we be worried about that? I don't know. Something Black has to be mindful about is the trade and potential sack in E6. I'm not saying it works now, but it's something. I guess now we know what Grandmaster Barbosa wanted with the bishop in D7, put it in C6. Now you're wondering which one is better, what he did, or would it have been better to play B6, bishop B7? I would have liked B6, bishop B7 because I think C6 is a square for the knight. e3 was played. I guess Fed didn't want to follow my suggestion and castle long. He just went for this e3. More cautious, make sure he doesn't lose that, and he's still deciding about the placement of his king, I guess. And he can still decide about it. It's still kind of early to tell. Too early. It's too early to tell what the best placement of the king is. Queen c6. I think he wants to go b5. I think he wants to go b5. I was trying to understand why he played it, but I think he wants to go b5. So bishop takes h6 did happen in this position. Now we know black cannot castle, not that he cares about it too much. Queen d2, rook h8. Just because the rook is back, it doesn't mean it can castle, of course. No castling anymore. So are we gonna see a short castle, or are we gonna see a long one? What is your guys' opinion in this position? I think I want short castle to go for the f4 plan. I think this is the easiest. There, okay, he will have some b5 at some point. Maybe he manages to prep it and play b5, push us back. He might have something on our king, but if we castle short and prep to go f4, I think we should. Should be good. I definitely like this move. First I was thinking knight here, but I don't know how I feel about potentially e5. Black eventually needs to push this pawn forward to trade things off. Give themselves a bit of space, you know. And this position seems good for him. But if we go knight e5, that's not an option. I mean, specifically, you see him placed like that with the rook in e8. Definitely e5 is a move you're considering he's gonna do, right? I like this. This bishop will come this way or here. If you're asking me where to put the rook, I'd probably say d1. And plan here as usual. No change. Ah, knight c6, g5 finally was played, chasing the knight away, and now grabbing that knight. What's going on here? Could he have done this? Because this way, both players get rid of their bishops. Now this knight can come towards that square. And why not, no? Because this is White's bad bishop. I'm surprised he's actually keeping it. What does he want to see if Black is going to go e5? And he thinks it makes more sense to trade it in this situation like this and then go f4? Nah. No, I don't think so. So what exactly is he thinking that would happen? Does he play f4 here? And he wants to keep the bishop behind the chain of pawns? Usually you get rid of it and then you block it, you know? Queen g2 and c4. Who knows? Maybe this is what he wants. Interesting. Very tricky, this move, bishop g3. As a positional player, I would immediately trade that bishop because I know it's my bad bishop. Like, there's no real point to keep it. But Andrew may have a point, actually. He may have an idea. So he doesn't mind closing it behind the chain of pawns because later he might still try to get the knight to e5, and then I guess he thinks the bishop will be a supportive piece somehow from behind the chain. It doesn't make as much sense. I mean, I understand a little bit. I presume that's the reason why he did it. But I don't know if that would be something I would go for myself. A rookie one, maybe. Or F4. We'll see. If he plays F4, then I will presume that's the reason why he did it, you know? But if he doesn't, then I'm not so sure. Okay. This, nothing has changed in this position. And I was suggesting castle and F4. Nobody has disagreed with me, so I presume you guys are cool with my suggestion, right? Like, um, so after queen c1, king h7, bishop f4, queen c8. Okay. Okay. So now, do we see knight e5 or what? I think we need to see some knight e5. We need this to happen. We need this to happen. Any questions? Any particular game you want me to go to? I'm worried about f6. Maybe queen takes. And now black is prepping e5, which is kind of bothering me. I want to play f3, but I don't know. Might be too soon. Queen e1, try to stop e5. It's already another game, I would say. Ah, okay, he played queen e1 here. I was saying knight e5, like, I think e5 is very unpleasant to deal with. What if I do this? Would you guys play this position with white or black? Is the question. What about the crazy f5 here? No, I think e5. Oh, you want the f5. Yeah, maybe that works. Knight e5. I want to play f3 and then f4. Get rid of your knight and then f4. Try to stabilize my knight in e5. g5. This gets a bit scary. Anything, I mean, it's still up in the air. The positions are all relatively balanced. I don't really see one that's more in someone's, ooh, knight g5. Someone's favor, maybe this one, I kind of like white better because of the pawn structure. I tend to think these positions with c5, e5, old Indian, or these kind of positions, I tend to prefer them for white. But other than that, like, you know, king f8, king g7 is applying for black. Yes, I'm originally from Romania. I'm surprised why I didn't castle yet, because I really think there's a plan. This is an interesting alternative to things. But I mean, that's about all he will get here. I mean, that pawn is protected. Not quite sure what was all this maneuver about. Sorry. Which game is more interesting to you guys that I can show you, that I can leave on? Max, hi, Jiren, you're back. You're back. I don't know. You said he was ready today. I don't know about this. He wants. I'm not as happy with his game here. I gotta say, not as happy. But I guess you might be. I don't know. I mean, he's used to. He normally plays King's Indian style positions, so of course, he has a lot of knowledge. But I'm just kind of preferring white here. I'll get. I'll probably take a short break. I'll leave you guys with this game. I mean, we have the leaders of the tournament, and Mac, who Jera wants to see, his friend. So all right, I'll leave you with this game. Cutting the mic and the camera as usual, and I will be back shortly. All right, see you guys very soon. All right, everyone, we are back. Looks like we haven't missed too much. From the games. What did we have here? Couple moves after rook b3. I left you after rook b3, and looks like here king f8 was played, and then castle. In the end, you know, white has castle, then eventually, like I'm telling you, like f4 has to be played. Whether you want to prep it a little bit more or not, that's of course up to you, but f4 is certainly something we want to play with white. Knight and now I guess black is, I'm presuming, wants to meet f4 with the capture, and then thinks that the e5 square is of course a great outpost, but you need to see exactly under which circumstance you're fine to play it, because, you know, maybe this is the reason why white ended up playing rook b3 at first. I wasn't quite agreeing with it, I wasn't quite understanding it, but now I'm seeing some potential ideas if you go here to maybe just capture the freebie that is being given to us, you know. So king g7 can of course be something else. The black player just tries to play rook f8 to cover f7, but in which case we need to move the knight and kind of switch over to this other side potentially, or the rook in g3 to put pressure in h5, and white's position can of course be more pleasurable, I would say, potentially, right? Knight e5 is still a move that I've been suggesting for a while. Hasn't been played yet, but maybe now is the time after b6. I guess b6 is, you know, to restrict this knight. Knight bd2, yeah, that could be an option, but knight e5 is more of a move that I'm looking for, or maybe white can consider something with c4, rook c1 and c4 to undermine the knight. Despite the look that white doesn't have that much space, I think we want to chase this knight away, not necessarily trade it. I wouldn't be opposed to knight d2, but I don't really want to trade a knight. Plus knight d2, maybe f5. a4. You like a4 more than rook c1, c4. But what's the idea of this move? Do you actually want to go a5 or? I'm not. Ah, okay. Just for that, no. I mean, but a5 can be met with b5, so then you don't open the file anyways. D checks. Yeah. No, we want rook c1 and c4. knight e5. No, you can't stop f5, it's in his territory, but what you can do is you can prep f3 and push them back. And that was basically my idea. I did like rook c1 in this position too, though. Rook c1 followed by c4. You see, every single pawn push leaves something behind, and basically looking at this pawn structure, white has 4 versus 3. And the thing is that you want to create a passed pawn on this side of the board. You so you know, okay, so pretend like, okay, we'll just make some random move for him, okay, and you go a5 and I go b5. Like, you still need to figure out a way to get your knight to c5 because I have mine here. But even if you somehow, under some circumstance, manage to get me, I don't know, to put the knight there and I can't take, right? Pretend I can't take. I'm not even going to touch your knight. I'll leave it there. I'm just going to go g5. I'm not touching your knight. You go back somewhere. And then I'm still not touching your knight. Let's say I play here. Even such, what are you going to do? Are you going to play b4 and support your knight there? And then how are you going to create your passed pawn? It's more than just an outpost. Like, you have to actually have a more of a follow-up after. Blocking the pawns like this is not going to give white a good play. They have to get this break eventually, some kind of opening in order to be able to play for the advantage. Well, but you have to think on the long run till the end, you know, like, you still have to give yourself some chances to break open the position. Black wasn't even trying to do the minority attack, considering that he played b6. Minority attack would have involved b5, a5, b4, right? So he's not even doing that. Then you know, you're not disrupting anything because he's not trying anything. You can have the c4 idea, but then of course you will stay with an IQP if you're comfortable with that, or if you can do it under such circumstance that he actually cannot take and then you go c5, then that's what you want with white. Or you want this knight gone and then focus here, because you see your pawns are kind of pointing towards that direction. You are having the e pawn gone, which gives you the ability to do something on the e file. In chess there are various ideas that we learn, but then you have to see, the tougher part is to see which one of the ideas works for each position. So just because we know minority attack is good, or majority attack, or like disrupting the opponent, just because we sometimes learn those things for some positions, it doesn't mean that they apply to all of them. So here the e file is open, semi open for white side. So if we get rid of the knight in e4, then our knight can go to e5, and actually we can focus towards a king side attack, you know, although we have a queen side majority. So those things always get on a balance, and then based on the position we need to make the decisions. Chess is a bit trickier than what we think. It's all these ideas need to be put together. So that's why, yeah, I like the a4 idea. If we could actually open up the a file, I would be all in you for it. It's not about that. The position is closed, so you have the ability to do what you want with somewhat. But he wants e5, so he wants to actually disrupt your potential idea. That's why I was suggesting knight e5, and he went for it. It's not about how many moves you need. This position is not dynamic. Dynamic positions require fast play. You have to calculate and make sure you make it you know, fast. In more static positions like this one, where there's no trades happening, no you know, it's not so fast paced, we can afford to spend more time. If he plays e5, the character of the position does change, yes. So so black could try to get a more you know, dynamic position. But if we put the knight here and he can push us back, and probably he can't, I mean, I don't think this is a good move, because we'll probably just trade. And I'm just still unsure about potentially playing f3 or not. And maybe we can prep for his e5 to be able to at some point take, and then this pawn will be weak, so we can even go back directly. Because if he takes, we take, and then he has an IQP. So there's always different things that we have to envision, and this position is not fully dynamic. It's like not dynamical, but it's also not dynamical. It's just kind of in between. It's not static, but also not fully dynamic. So we have a bit of time to bring some more pieces into the game, like the rook d1. Why don't I like f3 in that position? Because he goes back. And I don't think, if this were the case, yeah, because now I can take here, I'm winning everything. But after rook takes e7, he has this that I don't like. I mean, I could be wrong, it could be perfectly fine. I could just protect it and be fine. Not all material. Not all material is necessarily leading to a winning position. I'm scared to leave the queen there, although I'm up 2 pawns right now. Because the queen is lonely. It might get activated. I'm not threatening mate, bishop g3. To go rook e1. Queen f5. I will get one of the pawns. I will get that one. But if I get to c2, rook e2, maybe it can get scary. A bit. Maybe, maybe not. In theory it looks good maybe, but in practice I'm not sure. It's a possibility. f6 was not played. Looks like knight takes e5 was played. And now how do we take back? Bishop or pawn? I would take with the pawn. Because if I take with the bishop, maybe there's f6, e5. But if I take with the pawn, then I have this nice outpost. And still f3 to push you back. This will look nice for black. For white. You approve of the pawn capture. I'm glad. I'm glad you approve. He took with the pawn. This just happened. Maybe f6 anyways for black. I wonder if I can play e6. Because obviously the capture would allow f3 and... But... You know what they say when you push a pawn forward too much without backup? You risk of eventually losing it. It doesn't have to happen immediately, but it could later. But I would consider pushing it right now to make it difficult for him to get it. We'll see. Let's catch up with the other games. It's been a while since I caught up with them. I got kind of focused on that game a bit too much. Here after bishop d3, I guess black chose a more modest setup with the bishop in c6, but it seems relatively fine, protecting e5 and now finally g6. Which of course weakens a bit the dark squares, but okay, bishop h6, we just go rook e8, bishop f8. White is prepping this. So I'm just confused here after this. Okay, we can't take a c4 because it takes. But if they take here, we have to be careful with black actually, because if we take, I think queen f4 could be... Oh no, f6, what I'm talking about. I guess they take. Trades. Trades for both sides. Well, was it necessary for white to push that pawn up? I mean, I guess he wanted d5, but that's... Black has managed to regroup in this position. He's regrouped quite well, and yeah, it's kind of hard. It's hard to deal with things here. So in this game, finally, white has castled, And black has brought in the rook from a7 back to a8. Obviously, we should not have time to take, I presume, because of this, and black is developing some kind of counterplay with the rook on the 7th rank. Maybe there'll be some sacrifices on one of those pawns. But if we don't take, he might get c6 in, or maybe b6, c5. It's still early. It looks still equal to me. I feel in a way, okay, this position compared to another one we had, I feel in a way that white could want to do minority attack if c6 is played. Is black's g5 real serious is the question? Are those threats real serious? Because I feel that they could be. Wow. Okay, there's been a lot of development in this game. Hi there. Takes, queen f3. Okay, putting pressure in d5. So in the end, the bishop in g3. So basically, he didn't want to play f4. He was just holding on to the bishop, hoping for a pawn recapture and strengthening things, and he would still have some king g2, rook h1 later in the game. Okay, so he dropped one pawn, but he should be able to grab the one in d5 very soon. So now he got it back. And okay, do we expect that there's gonna be any kind of surprises in this game? Is this game gonna end anything else but a draw? You're navigating your playlist? Okay, all good. All good. No worries. Hope everything's going well for you. Black could try something. Nah, I think this will be a draw. I don't know. There can always, anything can happen, you know? Anything can happen. I mean, we can still create. I know. But think about it. When you start a game of chess, it's totally symmetrical. How can the game be decisive for one side? Is the same kind of question. It's not exactly the same. I get it. I was trying to be dramatic there for a second. But it's not that like fully, you know, symmetrical, so it does give both sides some chances to try change things around, right? Because we can create a pass pawn there, they can try to attack us here. I mean, I don't know. Like, imagine he plays some h5 and then suddenly, or h6, and somehow, I don't know, checks queen e1, king g2, rook h5, and who knows? Or g6 and rook h5, you know? Get mated in h1 out of nowhere. It can happen. Not likely for the level of these Grandmasters, but, you know, we still can have some creative ideas, right? I mean... Okay. f6. Okay, after f6, I really want to do something here. No, come on. Twisted. No, I'm sure everything is fine. You're being too hard on yourself. Chess is not an easy game. We need to have patience. Thanks, casual. See you later. After this round is over, I'll be back at 6 as well for round 7. Round 7. I'm not liking White's bishop anymore. I know I like the 95 move, but what was your record and what did you beat it to? So this is my suggestion here for black. Oh, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. 45 to 53. That is pretty good. I don't know what's my record. Haven't played these in a while. I should stream back again with my racers. My storms, more like my storms. C6 finally played. Black has committed to keeping the pawn safe. And now the question is White gonna commit to e4 or not? I feel that he should if he's trying to find a way to play for a win. I feel like he should play that, but I don't know. We don't know. No other pawn breaks, but I mean he can also like just sit here and try to prep minority attack, kind of like as someone was saying earlier. I don't think it's the moment, but I think e4 has to be played. I don't know how much to prep it further. I think we should probably just do it. Okay, let's go to Lenderman's game, and yeah. I mean, I think they'll still play some. I don't think they'll agree on a draw anytime soon. Here's not gonna be easy to break through. I wonder if Mackenzie is just trying to get a draw in this game and just kind of set up some kind of fortress and just gonna put the rook in fa 19e5 and just wait and see how White is planning to improve the position further. It doesn't seem like there's an easy way to do that. So here, besides this idea with f3, we can also place our knight in d4 and then consider some h4, h5, or g4, g4, g5. And g4, g5 is not going to help much. It's not easy for white to really break here. Okay, c4 would be another idea, but unless he wants to go to d4 and then play c4 and break through. That could happen, I guess. Nothing super concrete so far, no. Okay, e4. e4 has happened. And now white stays with the IQP in d4. Do we have any threats? Not really. White has no threats right now. Right on money. What is right on money? The c4. Do you think black should play g5 in this position? Oops. Like, what's gonna happen after g5? Maybe h5. Takes. King g2 maybe? Can black find a way to put pressure on me? Oh, 93! No, but queen takes. Oh, bishop b4, 93! Oh my god, I almost blundered. Oh my god, I almost blundered this. Okay, we can go king g2. That's actually super easy to miss or fall for. King g2. It just seems like such an easy move to play. You just want to go to h1 and then you can easily forget the knight there is an option. Like, What can we do here? Maybe we can go f4 if you want to be like super fancy. Just say, I'm not going king g2, I'm just gonna go f4. My rook will be opened a different way. Okay. All my hopes went away because black did not play g5, he played rook f7. So none of that happened. Maybe he's prepping for g5. So okay, so obviously like this should be the next move, right? I'm anticipating that that's why he played rook f7 to bring a new piece. Maybe you saw that idea. I don't know. Maybe you saw it. Maybe you saw it. But okay, white doesn't need to play king g2, right? Maybe we can go back. That way, if the rook in f1 is protected, the knight e3 idea will never work. But I don't know. Still, both players are pretty. Still have time. It's move 22. Okay, if the rooks got traded here, how did they get traded? Oh, okay, like this. Okay, but doesn't this... if I give you check and I take, then white may have some chances to win this after c6. Because now we are threatening to push that pawn and rook, queen d8 and try to support it. I think white has some winning chances, like not queen d7 because you go queen e4 check and then you have perpetual. But maybe if I put my queen in the center, should I put it in c4, d4 somewhere? Like maybe I can just kind of control the game a bit, because if you ever choose to get in front of the pawn, then, you know, this could be something to keep in mind. Oh, wait, this actually happened. Ah, but okay, we don't need to take him b4. I mean, I don't think he's gonna take him b4. The king gets scary to allow that c pawn like that. Okay, so I presume trading would happen. So now we sub the pawn a little bit more behind than it would have been. So like maybe queen e6 to stop it here. Jesse, yeah, it's over the board. No pre-move at this moment for Andrew. No pre-move. No, this should end in a draw. No, looks like Mac has set up his fortress 95 and Max admitted the knight was strong and traded it, but now the other knight could go to d6 eventually. We have bishop g4 ideas, we have rook there ideas, we have blocking ideas, maybe later f5, maybe he can somehow come back into the game. Somehow, at some point. Some moment in time, I don't know which moment, but one moment. Okay, and last but not least, okay, so we got the knight in d4 and we got the pawn going to h4. So, okay, he's going for some attacking time. Which one of these games would you... Oh, whoa, what is this? What is this? This is aggressive. What happens after takes and okay, so how do we defend queen h2? We can go knight g3 or f4. Knight g3, you just, I think, take it, and this is, so f4 is only move. So like, why did he sack the piece? I don't know that he's ready for the piece sack, my friends. Yeah, f4 story just played. I guess you can take it. I take it with the rook because I don't mind trading a new piece. Rook takes, knight takes, queen takes. I have a piece for 3 pawns. So who is better, the piece or the 3 pawns? I don't know. I think the piece. Okay, white's king is a bit weak. We want some rook f8. Maybe some chickies, but that's about it. I think it was worth it with white to accept the piece. Black must have rushed there with that piece sack. I don't think it was necessary. I mean, rook f8, he could have prepped it, right? g5 was the move that was more scary, in my opinion, if you wanted to put pressure. He actually has less time than his opponent. Not much, but some, you know, almost half. Half of the time of white. Okay. Okay, black is doing minority attack. Usually a3 is necessary in these situations. Just trade as many pieces as possible if you can. Wow. So he didn't take the pawn, he played rook f8. But like, can't white try to hold on to the pawn? Not exactly, because he's got 4. Okay. So let's see. What about rook h3? Could we go rook h3? Just go away, queenie. Rook h3. Yeah, this looks nice for white. I mean, that can also help us, you know, hide in the corner, bring in the rook. Looking good. Okay, do you guys have a preference of which on which other game we should look at? Do you have one you want me to discuss a bit more, or? This is looking good for Fed. Definitely looking good for him. This is looking equal. Okay, white has an extra pawn, but black's king is close to entering the box of the pawn, so you can never really advance it further. Mac has been able to trade a lot of pieces, so you know the position that I would say he was much worse. Now he's perfectly fine. I don't think he's struggling anymore at all. He's doing pretty good here. Like he will get f5 in, and if he gets f5 in, then maybe he can change the trajectory of the game. And this one, okay, this g4 looks cute, and of course you can switch over, but I don't think g5 or h5 is gonna work because the other side will just push the other pawn and just keep it blocked. So not much. Not much. queen c6. So after c4, I guess they took here, and then they took here. So I presume something like that was gonna happen. Now he wants to trade queens as well, because if you do that, then rook takes, rook c8, putting pressure. If you push this pawn forward, then this one will stay behind. If you don't push it forward, I'm still doubling b5, and black is doing slightly better. I mean, very, almost not visible. But basically the extra space of whites is gone, no attack has happened, and he's doing well with time though. Yesterday was heartbreaking because he was like doing quite relatively fine with time, and then something happened. So I know, I feel like, okay, Fed is doing well here. Yeah, like check, we go here. Oh, sorry, not if there's a check in g4, we can't. We go here because this is kind of a cute oh wait, this doesn't work. Queen g6. Queen g6 threatening mate, no defense. So queen takes c2 doesn't work. Okay, so if queen g4 check here, and then if queen g5, because basically the idea is this is a blunder, right? Because this, and this mate. So we cannot take it, we can go here, but then they take. Maybe we can chase them away and actually have the ability to sack. White will get a very nice position. Okay, guys, I'm gonna let you with which position should I let you? This, I would expect more moves soon. I think I'm gonna let you with Fed's game. Not much is happening here. I'm gonna leave you with Fed's game. I'll pause the cam like usual, and I'll see you guys in a little bit. Stay close. I'm back, guys. One moment. So what are we thinking? Not much has changed since I left off. Not too much. But maybe we'll see some decisive games. I mean, at least the players are getting ready to enter time travel, and anything can happen there. Here, in this game, I was looking before I came back. White was able to push that H pawn forward, and then, you know, attracting G5. Normally, I told you, right, whenever White will advance that pawn, G5 or H5, but if you have to choose between the two, if you're gonna go G5 or H5, you better go H5. I was just checking the engine. Forgot to turn it off. The position is definitely slightly better for White. But if you have to choose if you're gonna go here or here, you want to go H5 because you want them to go G5, and this way there's some entrance, there's some potential sacrifice. If you were gonna go G5 instead of H5, then you're getting nothing. This is all, you know, locked in. Nothing's gonna happen here. Everything is good for White, for Black. No sacrifices, no nothing. We locked our own bishop. So H5, of course, that is the correct move here. G5, and now he's going bishop G3. I was actually thinking maybe we would go like maybe bishop here to try to have some sacrifices, but okay, we're not in a rush. But I think he's gonna prep F4. He's gonna prep F4 at some point, and if he gets F4 in, someone's gonna get attacked. Position will open up. F7 is hanging. Queen is coming to F2. This is not gonna be fun. This is not gonna be a fun position for Black. So here everything was traded off. I mean, I hope for his sake that Grandmaster Michael Rode is gonna get a draw in this position. I mean, he should be getting a draw in this one. Rook E2. Okay, he needs to make some luft. H3, G3, H4. One of those two moves is recommended. He can't stay on that back rank for too long, so he needs to push one of those two pawns. So that would be nice. Here we've had some developments after F4, Rook F8, Rook H3, Queen G first place, so Queen G3, right? Yeah, Queen G3 trades. G5, G5, G5. And weakens H6. Can I just go here? I mean, I hope you take, then I can go Rook G6, Rook H1, or some fish. I guess you can take with the bishop. And then I can go here. You come here, takes, because of course you don't want to trade everything. And at this point, I mean, maybe we can think of some progress. I would love to bring the king here, so maybe we just march. No, march. Like that. And then I think White's position is cool. I guess he did play Rook H3 and King G2. Can we say potentially he's wasted a move with Rook H3 and back? Maybe, maybe not. He should still be doing quite well. E5. Oh, wait a second. That move was not possible earlier, but now it is because if you take, he's happy. He's trading stuff. The more pawns are traded, the better it is for black because he's down a piece. So, you know, all pawns off means getting closer to an equal-ish position. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to allow this to happen. Oh, GK Christian, G Christensen, Alexander Lenderman. Are you talking about Lenderman or Strupunski? Probably you're talking Strupunski because Lenderman is not. It's an endgame. Hmm. I'm liking. Yeah. Got it. I'm liking this position for white. The attack is building, is boiling right now. There hasn't been, and it's getting ready to boil. It didn't start boiling yet. You know, it's preparing. We turned on the oven now. You know. Ah, gotta joke sometimes. Gotta joke sometimes. It's been a few long, long days. A few long days actually. Yesterday was the longest. I think I stayed close to midnight. Um, with the game of Grandmaster Strapulski actually against Michael Rode. I don't know how he's gonna. He needs to prep it more. He needs to prep it like something like that. King needs to go somewhere to the side. It's gonna take a while. It's not gonna be something happening instantaneously. Just so you know. I mean, we still have a4 idea potentially. Queen d1, a4, something, but yeah. You wanna go f4 instead of queen e1? I was thinking about it, but I don't think white is ready for it because of f6. Because you see how black has brought his rooks here too. So if you rush to play f4, this will open. Now I haven't calculated it, so I don't know, but this is the reason I believe he did not do it. And what you gonna do about the opening of the F file? It's not so easy. It's not really easy. Right? Knight f3. No, but I mean I'll take anyways. No. You wanna take or what? You're losing material. I don't know. You mean after knight e1? I don't know when you want to play knight f3, but in this line, you can't. Only if you take. I want to take, and you don't have time to prep anything here. It's not preparable. What was the opening? This was a Caro-Kann. This was a game we didn't get access to at the beginning. I thought it was a London, but it was a Caracan. Kind of surprising to see Caracan like this, huh? But it was a Caracan. But no, but I do like what he actually did in this position, Queen E1. Rook B8. Okay, black is... Okay, now that the rook is gone, wait a second. Wait a second. Queen B1 check is an option, and then maybe this works now, because we take with the rook, and then we switch over. So now F6 is not possible, and if you go back... I want to do this. Like, I just really want it. It's not working. I really want to make that move work. No. Maybe now we play your move, Christensen. Knight F3. Let's go. G5. GG. A king goes hiding. And then we go on. I don't know where the king goes hiding. I think it should be a light square so that there's no checks by the bishop. And now if you play F6, we go check and Queen G6, I think. Something like that. You know, it's not so easy. It's not so easy. So maybe this was like a prophylactic idea, attracting you to make a mistake, you know? You know, why not? Why not when we can, right? If we can do it, why wouldn't we? Ha ha ha. Hee hee hee. King H3 was played, I guess. I guess he didn't want to go F4 yet, but I mean, it's gonna happen eventually. It's gonna happen. Let's go. Takes. I don't care. I don't care. I'm gonna take this. It looks like a Jobava. Yeah, it does look like a Jobava. Well, originally I thought this was a Jobava, so I didn't see the game until this kind of moment, right? So when you see a position like this, right? If you see a position like this, you think it might have been a Jobava, because it could have been one, right? Like when there was a trade and then there was a knight h5 and it pushed the bishop back and suddenly, you know, we have it. But no, it was not a Jobava. It was not. It was a Caracan. Just to kind of play through the moves at the beginning here, you can see right, so h3 to stop bishop g4, and then he didn't take in f5, he allowed the trade. Then there was some maneuvering coming towards the e5 square, they went there, and yeah, like a lot of things happened here. So anyways, G4, and all of that led to the king in H3 now. I don't know, like Grandmaster Sierpinski is... Oh, we had a draw. Where is the friend of Mac? To see that he got a draw. He had a tough loss yesterday, lost on time. But despite my beliefs that this position was worse for black, he was able to show me that if you don't know with white how you're going to break through, if you don't get your f4 in fast enough, black might be able to regroup and actually control everything The king g7, knight d1, and then he played this a5, which originally, like, you would think this is a mistake, because, like, it just totally blocks everything. But, yeah, knight... the move didn't actually create too much issue for black, because he's just making sure everything is well and covered. Maybe bishop a6 idea to trade. And look at that, f6. So now if you're not gonna try to get some, you know, g4 in somehow, or, you know, this e5 is not happening. Black is basically saying no, it's not happening. And I don't see how he could have done it. Maybe queen g3 or something. Oh, thanks so much for the bits, Christensen. Queen g3, rook f4. No, rook queen g3, sorry. Knight e3, knight f5. This, I think I suggested something like this at some point, but this knight anyways gets to be traded, so it's, yeah, I don't know. But after the trade, there was nothing. Everything was locked in. Everything is locked in. No improvement, nothing. And look at that. Repetition, f5 finally. And you know, if you're not careful with white, black is gonna be the one getting for the attack. You know, if he gets g4 in, then he's definitely getting in. But okay, with the trade now, okay, everything is locked in. So draw is only natural. Wait, it shows black is lost on time in this one? No. It's move 35. I mean, I don't believe so. Maybe. If new moves don't show, I guess we'll see. Okay. Just lover, hey, I'm doing alright. Surviving. Recovering. Getting used to streaming again. The toughness of streaming. You know, being thankful for what I have, for what I don't have. Not feeling as bad anymore. He asked me one question, I'm answering 10,000. Typical Sabina answer. No, allowing this was not good. I don't know if John is gonna be able to win this. Bishop f5. He's going for c8, but you know, nobody knows what's gonna happen. Why did he allow bishop c8 though? I am unhappy about this choice. I mean, I guess you can't stop it. One stop, can't stop, one stop. Bam, 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 bam. So he had the option to get this pawn structure or this pawn structure. And for some reason he chose this one as opposed to this one. I'm not sure which I like better. I was thinking this makes sense because if I put the pawns on dark square, I can keep that. See, if I protect it, then should be a drawish, right? But I don't know, this one. Maybe he's just trying to push the pawns, like h4, h3 now, and then g3 and some fish. Like if you take h4, h3, h2. But the bishop is covering the diagonal, so I don't think it's that bad. We will see. These guys are seriously fighting. You know, there can be, I know we were joking earlier, but there can be this, wait, can I trade queens? Wasn't this a draw? the draw. Unless he wants to go here. And try to support the C pawn. C pawn support. Queen is coming, I don't know. This might not be a draw, and I finally know how. Okay. Well, how do you know? They didn't show it yet. This is a draw, I think, because we can just take the opposition, and then you go there, and then we go here. Then he takes, then we take, and then he goes fancily here, and then if we go there, he comes here, and you know, even if we try to be fancy and go for that pawn, we're too behind, you know. First of all, if this pawn was there, we would be winning by 1 tempo because the king wouldn't make it. But the pawn is here, which means as we approach, he can just basically follow through. And if we go there, he's going to go a5. And then, you know, he can just advance the pawn. We make it to the draw. Easy. Easy peasy. So, my question is, can we try to do this? Who's gonna have the chances to win this position? White. Yeah, sure. No, Queen d4 is not winning. Queen d4 is not winning because he's gonna take and then he goes king f8 and the king makes it in front. I know you think you're winning, but you ain't winning this one, mister. And if we do this, I think he makes it on time. Draw. Or, well, maybe I'll play for a win a little bit longer because it's a queen name game, so I'm an expert at those. Expert. I played one time one and I won. Against Irina Crush, none other. 160 something moves or something like that. It was not supposed to be winning, but I did winning. You know. Queen f6 was played, so we'll see if Andrew is trying to play further for a win or he's gonna trade queens and accept the draw. Let's not forget the players still have another round at 6 p.m. So, you know, they could accept the draw if they wanted. Nobody says anything. What did I do? What did I do? What did I say? My friends. It's nothing. F4 was played. And then take 6. Rook b7. Yeah. Well, depending on which game we're talking about, they're all low on time. Actually, in every game, black is low on time. In every remaining game, black is lower than... Besides this one, we're there about the same. This should finish in a draw. Black is lower on time here. I think this should be a draw. I think. Think. Black is lower here too. And here. The good thing about what black did is the fact that the b file opened up, so at least white doesn't have to move queen b1. Yep. I'm not really seeing any game that's really decisive. I wonder if white has missed some chances here when this was played. So f4 takes. Was bishop takes better? To try to get g5, g6 or something? Or maybe, like, I don't know. Or queen b1, king h8, it wouldn't have done much. No, this... I mean, it seems natural to take with the rook, but with the bishop, we're supporting g5 too, which I feel is a move we can, or we should consider, right? Now, it's not super obvious for white. Lots of draws. This game, this round potentially could be a lot of draws. I mean, this game, I'm evaluating it relatively balanced. And they're move 28, sorry, 38. So 3 moves left for black to make it to 40, and then they are adding 30 minutes. They made it to 40 here. The additional time hasn't been added yet. But, I mean, with the queens getting traded off, this should be a draw. This one after h4, I mean, yeah, this should be a draw, and then this one. I think this should be a draw too. Just hold on to the position, king in the center, you know. Think makes sense, no? Wouldn't you guys agree that it would make sense? There haven't been moves in a while, so I don't know which game to stay with. You guys have a preference with the game that we should stay with? You trust me? Good. It's good to know. I wonder if we can try this to trade everything and finish off faster in this game. Michael has to play faster because this is move 33, so he still has 7 moves to make, and he's... Okay, he's made a move. Okay. Alright, so he doesn't care about the pawn being pushed. Okay, that's fine. This makes sense. I'm getting pictures from the tournament. I'm not sure I understand this move. Why would he choose to go to E1 instead of D3? He must have changed his mind, and that's why the DGT picked King D3 first, and then maybe he was panicking about this, although I don't think it does anything. So he ended up going King E1. Okay. I would try with white to activate this rook, but maybe yesterday he was struggling. He was, you know, drawing a lot, like for a long time, and then anyways. What about bishop takes h2 here? Is it worth to take that pawn and give this one? I don't know, king e2 seems... Okay, this game ended in a draw. I didn't quite call it, but I kind of did call it. Because I just thought too many pawns were getting traded off. And it can get scary, especially with low time on the clock, you know? Although black was the one with lower time. But yeah, you kind of have to... I mean, he could have tried to hold on to the position with king f1, I guess, but... There's no need to complicate the situation. Then I can say g1 there. It's passive, we don't have progress, yeah. It makes sense to take the draw. But I feel like around this position, there's no way that white was not winning here. I'm not liking g5 at all. Like, I see the point not to allow rook g6 or something. But I just feel like Fed had some chances here. Now, I was just judging, I think king g2, right? And then in case of a trade, like I would, I don't know that I would trade twice because then this rook would be kind of annoying here. But I would just trade once, or maybe I wouldn't trade at all. Maybe, yeah, no, sorry, this was my idea. Pin the rooks, king g7, and here I would take, because now, okay, if all trades happen, then I go king f3. And if you take like this, my plan was to try to, if you remember, activate the king to e4 so that I put pressure. Now, normally I would come to g4, but here the king can move and check. So that's why. And I had the feeling that this position, in this position, white would have way more chances to try to play for a win than in the other one. And if you try to do this, I can always check and activate my rook. You know, I'm going for serious pawns, not this one just yet. I think he missed some chances here, Fed. Okay. But he's had a tough tournament. If we look at the results, he had the draw with Mackenzie Molnar and lost the rest of the game. So I think draw is pretty decent for him right now, and hopefully he can score something from the remaining 3 games. He's not doing that bad comparing to, you know, his rating is relatively low to some of the other players. This one is approaching move 40. No more moves from this for a while, so I don't know if Andrew is calculating the different lines. Is he deciding if he should give up the pawn? I mean, he has plenty of time. The 30 extra minutes have not been added, so maybe this could be our only chance for the day for a decisive game. g5, yes, finally played g5, and now bishop h5. Okay. Wait. We are preparing some sacrifices. I don't know under which order, but definitely stuff is... You know what? This is looking good. Bishop takes. Come on, bishop takes. Don't take with the knight. Bishop takes. No other move. Just take it and then bishop f6. Ooh. Okay, Grandmaster Sripurski could be the sole winner of this round. Could be. Don't know. Or maybe not. I haven't been guessing much lately. I don't know. Or have I? Maybe. You trust me 1-0. This likely will be 1-0. Very likely. Okay, he played bishop takes g5. What is black's next move? Egg opening is kind of sick. What? No. No, it's not. Who told you that lie? Who told you that lie? Send them my way. I'll make them apologize. We'll make them apologize. This is okay, Andrew's still thinking. Okay, this position has reached move 42. Both of the games have reached move 40. Queen c2 in which game? This one? Wait, which game? There's no Queen c2. There's no Queen c2 in any games. Which game are you talking Queen c2, Christiansen? Oh, Queen c7. But it's check. It's a checky. So you can't. You can't do that right now because it's a checky. Oh, here for black, Queen c7. Hydrating is a good idea. It was about time. No, this is the end. The end is near. I don't really see a defensive mechanism unless you play f5. But if you play f5, I'll just take en passant. Yeah. I know, I was asking for a move, yeah. Sorry. I was asking for a move. He played f5. Okay, en passant. Is naturally happening. Yeah, the last attempt is this, but But en passant is naturally having to happen. And what exactly does he want? E5? And White's position is devastating. Wait, did I just go back? Yeah, no moves here. No more moves have been made. It's possible that it's over. Okay, this game is has traded the bishops. Let's see how the bishops got traded in this one. King d7, king d3, bam, 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 bam. Okay. Alright, so what pawn are you gonna choose to give up? This or this? Which one would you guys give up? I would give the a2 up. Because then I can go to bc. Ah, but it's not so easy. Maybe go king f2? But what if they play f4? So I was thinking like king f2 and trying to enter through here. But if they go f4, now it's a question. Ah, but I can go to b2, and then if they take, maybe I can just check rook e2. And then you go there, and then check. And then I take, and okay. I mean, there's a chance the players will continue playing this for a while, because you can play that endgame and can hope to have some chances. I mean, it should be a draw without much issue, but yeah, they can play it out further, I guess. And they could play it out further. No moves, no. Okay, let me ask if that game is over. Rook g4, okay. e5, rook. Okay, this was expected. This one was expected. Board 3 is still in progress. Board 3 is still in progress. So Andrew's still thinking after 45. Queen f6. Board 3 is still in. Oh, okay. Never mind. I guess he made a move as I was texting to find out what is going on with this game. Okay. Okay. But this one, it's so out of nowhere. When I was calling it a draw, you know? Ay, ay, ay. No, this one is Grandmaster Sierpinski got lucky yesterday. I mean, he's making his luck. Okay, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I mean, let's be very fair here with the commentary, so you don't think I'm taking away the credit for where the credit is due. He's making his chances, right? So but you do need a little bit of luck from the opponent too. So you're playing a good game, you're fighting, you're improving the position. You're not just sitting there and praying that your opponent will blunder. No, he's actually, his style of play looks very nice because he's slowly improving his position, and then like sometimes maybe there's no great move, and this is the hard thing for a lot of us to do in positions that are equal. We want to like just go do something, punch something, but no, his style of play seems very, very calm and composed, and he's improving the position and waiting for his opponent's mistake, but he's still creating something. He doesn't just not have a plan, and that's a harder thing to find in all chess players. So but I noticed in him, because like yesterday too, he played on the position with, it was a knight end game and it was supposed to be a draw, but his opponent still had to be mindful. His opponent misjudged the position, didn't realize this tactical idea that eventually could result at the end with a potential promotion, and then he won. And then here's, it's about the same thing. Like the position, I wasn't expecting much to happen here. Okay, g5 weakens the position, but then okay, maybe you can just sit, I don't know, queen b7, b5, sorry, b4. But with black not really doing much, right? Like in this position, as soon as black moved the rook away from f8, now this f4 became really dangerous. So he prepped it as much as he could, and then he played it. And even here I felt that it was fine, the position, but somehow black misjudged this breakthrough with g5 and didn't try to do much to meet it. And look at that, g5 happened, and g6 can be a thing, bishop h4, or g takes h6, who knows, something like that. And then look, bishop h4, bishop takes, and we want bishop f6. And this is Alekhine's block, basically. You're not even sacrificing anything, just blocking the f-pawn from defending the 7th rank. And now even so, there's no winning of material or anything. Okay, e4 is probably gonna allow the potentially capture, and then when you take here, rook e7, I think, or something, right? Rook e7, and then queen e6 coming in. White should be winning here. Okay, we'll see how Grandmaster Sierpinski is converting, but it's just this kind of play that you want to look for. If you're struggling with not knowing what to do in like equal positions, like you think it's boring, and you don't know, you want to find a player like Grandmaster Sierpinski who's learned to master those kind of positions and follow through his plans, his games, and it's gonna help you a lot to improve. Okay. All right, that game. All right, so here we the time didn't get added, but they did make 40 moves, so the time will be added. We don't know exactly what it is, but don't you worry, it's not. He did not lose some time, right? Here, but we were saying king f2, right? Which game should we focus? Okay, like g5 now is gonna happen in that game. So do you guys think he will not take in g7? Is he gonna try to move the knight? We can go knight. But knight here might allow knight here. Okay, wait a second. Maybe we can't really move the knight. Wilhelm lost to Keimer on time a few days back. Okay. It happens to anyone. Mac Molnar lost yesterday on time too. Hi Kukula, welcome. Okay, I don't want to allow 95, but hi Steven. How did we get here? From which moment haven't you seen it? Oh, you've missed. It was a Caracan, totally. It was a Caracan, and yeah. By the way, I still didn't receive an answer. Just so you know. If I don't have an answer, we cannot release the video. So it was a Caracan, this line, and then bishop f5. Rook e1, bishop g7, knight d2. So it was pretty much equal for most of the game, I'd say. White slowly tried to improve the position, just like normal moves. And like at some point black didn't play e5. I don't know why. I thought black had to try to find a way to play f6, e5, in my opinion. Like, it would have made a lot of sense, you know, I think. Because, I mean, the king is safe. This is where you have the majority. I mean, I don't know why he wouldn't try to do that. But he didn't, and then the position changed like this. Change board. What's wrong with the board? What's wrong with the board? E6, A5. Knight d4. Black and white. I'm sorry. It's gonna stay this way. Yeah, pretty normal. I mean, it is somewhere around here that that white was able to go you know, h5 and stuff. I mean, I don't like it's too much. It's too much black and white board. Nobody has black and white board. I don't know who has black and white board these days on stream. Even like over the board, nobody has. Skinny color. Yeah, that's the brown. My stream has mostly been like this. Apologies for those who do not like it. Bishop g3. And now he prepared f4, and it kind of turned out really nicely because black was ready to play f6, and then also black didn't play f6. So it was kind of, it turned out really nice when f4 was played. It was kind of out of nowhere, but that rook went away from f8, so f4 would look really nice, because then f6 wasn't even working, you know? Yeah. Yeah, casual king h3. I was debating if he's gonna put the king. I mean, he's just getting the king away from the file. I was debating if he's gonna put in h1 or h3, but I guess, you know. Violet violates? What does it violate? And now it's just looking really good for white. It's not even violet. It's like lavender. It's lavender. So it doesn't violate anything. So we definitely don't want 95. So my first instinct was to take the bishop. I don't know if there's something else we can do, but okay, 95. If we move the knight, there's 95. What happens after bishop h6 here? Oh. I guess that works. I was thinking maybe he can take. But I guess you have rook e7. Okay, okay, cute. Sure. I don't know why I was thinking that this doesn't work because you don't want to take as you're pinned. But yeah, I forgot about rook e7. Yeah, never mind. Okay. Okay, bishop h6 works. I like it. What if I go queen f5 to try to get this pawn? Maybe knight h4. Takes. Now we can take with the bishop. Okay. No, you are pinned. You're pinned, Christians, and that's the issue. That's why I didn't consider bishop h6, because you're pinned. You can't take with the rook. Yeah, no worries. But okay, this is good enough. Yeah, I like bishop h6. He played h6. So he wants to meet this with what? Rook e7? Possibly rook e7. Was the best. Yeah, woman grandmaster. Yeah, I think everything is winning. I think everything is winning. It's kind of hard to come up with something here. Yeah. Okay, so we got a draw in this game, my friends. I told you that. Looks like they traded queens and... Okay, gave up the c-pawn, won those two. And this is a draw. Yeah. And the white's king will make it close enough to get in front of the pawn to draw. No more moves. We're not getting any more moves here. I wonder if Grandmaster Michael Rose has been spending that much time thinking here. I'll be asking shortly. h6, bishop f8. Okay, bishop f8, sure. Separate criteria. It's a different title. No, there's no delay in this tournament. There's no delay. It's happening now. But sometimes I guess the DGT has issues transmitting. There should not be any delay though. It's just the 10 players. And I think they decided they wouldn't put any delay. I think it makes sense to not to put any delay. What's the fastest way to win? I think we can try to figure out. I think, yeah, everything kind of wins, but... I think this looks nice. Check rook is the first thing that comes to mind. King h8 or something? Or f7. f7. And now where do we move the knight? Knight d4, knight h4, knight g5. Knight e5. personally I like here, but the problem is I'm just kind of worried that I don't have time to mate because he's gonna go here, and then there's no time to mate, and then I don't know, Rook G8 might come, and then out of nowhere maybe I'm not winning anymore, you know. Um, Maple, hey, thank you so much. How are you doing? Long time no see. You gotta get back to chess, man. It's been too long. You're gonna forget everything. Could be better. Yeah, I feel you. Same here. Get home and get sick. Let's do something today. I have to do stream. I have to stream. I'm streaming this tournament, and then there's another round at 6, so I can't today, unfortunately. Maybe if it finishes early. You can stay on stream though. Homesickness is good. No, no, you don't understand. Not homesickness. Homesickness is not good, first of all. I am sick, being sick, like having, fever and chills and stuff like that. That's not good for anyone. I don't wish it upon anyone. It's not. You don't want to understand. Okay, sorry. Okay, sure. Understand your own, then your own things. It's fine. I didn't get sick on purpose. I didn't. I think the weather change and the AC is usually like having a big effect on me. Because in Europe they don't have AC in most places. You kind of get used to the maybe some fan or something. Just and it was really warm there. It was t-shirt weather, and then I came here and I thought it was still t-shirt weather. Yeah, no. I was wearing this very warm hoodie today. I had to go out for the first time in 5 days. Yeah. It's not, you don't want to get sick. Yeah, yeah, I'm planning on doing getting some walk. It's tough sometimes when there's 2 rounds a day. Okay, I'm doing commentary obviously, but for the players also, if you don't set some kind of routine where you get the chance to go outside a bit, freshen your mind, just stretch or something, it can get tough to play, 2 6 hour rounds back to back. It's not easy. Okay, it looks like we have in the chat someone who thinks that I'm complaining. It's fine. No worries. Back pain is I feel you. I feel you. That's why I started exercising. It's not 20s anymore. Not 20s anymore. So where do we think the king is gonna go? H8, right? H7 or F7 is gonna allow this check, which certainly would be causing some trouble. So he's gonna go to H8. Now what about knight H4 and knight G6? Maybe this could be something for us to consider potentially, right? Can black win? Very likely not. Very likely not. A nice one. Nice one, Twisted. Yeah, I like that. I like that. In the next game. Okay, finally we have some moves. So I guess Grandmaster Road decided to go for the check, not King F2. Okay. So is he gonna go to H4 and try to get this pawn like that? Probably. And then King E3, if F4, we just go King D3. Okay, I'm anticipating Rook H4. Unless he wants F4. F4 could be played too. But that might make things a bit more complicated. I'd definitely go for Rook H4 here. Get that pawn and then try to have the H pawn that eventually will be given back. So black played King H8, Knight H4. Okay. Alright, Bishop D6. Bishop D6. Knight G6. King H7. Okay, I want to be aggressive. May I be aggressive because it's not my pieces? Yes, yes, I was about to say that, Twisted. I was about to say that. Let's just be aggressive. It's not our pieces. Come on. Come on, let's just do it. Yeah? Let's do it. Rook E4. Knight G6 and Rook E4. Let's go. I like that. The thing is, he can't take because we have Rook E7, you know? And it's just crushing. It's crushing it. I mean, he didn't play Knight G6 yet, but I feel strongly for the move. Knight G6, Rook E4. Just go for it. Oh no. Okay, Rook H4 is played, but how is this possible? Michael, you're killing me, mister. You're killing me. He was doing so well on time, and now he wasted, I think he wasted all his time getting into the endgame. Like, he must have spent a lot of time here. I know the time wasn't really showing, so... Wait, did they add their additional 30 minutes? Must be, because black was lower on time. And now he has 25, so the 30 minutes were added. No, but okay, this is not that difficult to play. Okay, black can play here. We take this. There's no mate or anything, and now we can just go Rook H8 or H4. Whichever one. No, Rook H8. Wait. I shouldn't blunder it. I think I'm blundering it. Check. I need to be careful because if I do this, I'm getting mated. No, I need to be careful about F4. I have to go here and then Rook F2, and the king has been pushed away a bit too much from the pawns. And if black manages to stay with two connected pawns, then definitely they're winning. So wait a second here. So maybe not rook h8. Okay, f4 needs to be met with king d3. Okay, maybe we go h4, and then if they go f4, I don't know if this first or this. I mean, it's about the same probably. Because this, check. And if they go to here to grab the pawn, now we can just check them, and we'll be able to take, like, it's very important to take that pawn too. You can't give this pawn and not take this one. Okay, rook h4 was played, so we're waiting for a response for black. No, knight g6 was not played. Come on, knight g6. He must have been worried. He must have been worried to go rook takes. Twisted, he missed it. He missed this opportunity. Sad. I don't know why he didn't do it. There's no way, like, you know, if you try something fancy like that, check. And rook g7, I think. Oh, wait, I'm pinned. Where's the mate? Not everyone is you. True. They're very true. We are all different. f7. f7. f8. Rook, because I don't want queen. I want to be fancy. f7. And here I was threatening, like, if you play, I don't know, rook here or something. Check. Mate. That would have been really cute. Okay, he played bishop takes, and for some reason... Oh, rook g8. Uh-oh, knight g6 not possible anymore. Uh-oh. It's a cute in between. I was trying to figure out how black is gonna recapture. And I thought, okay, still knight g6 probably, and something, but rook g8, rook g2. Okay. Of course he's gonna take, but he has to take with the knight. Okay, he can't take with the queen because that's hanging. So this is happening right now. And now, how is white progressing further in this position? It's not so easy. Sounds good, Maple. Is white still easily winning here? I can't really see it anymore. The king in h3 now is just kind of, you know... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Twisted. Like... Okay, because like king h2, they will trade everything, and those pawns, f and h, will easily be captured by black. So I'm not so sure anymore. I mean, if you're not getting knight g6 in, which you're not, I'm not sure how you want to proceed. Okay, so black checked first. Okay. Yes, there are 3 results in a game. Jigger. Welcome. I don't... Have I seen you on stream before? Maybe. I'm doing alright. Doing alright. Trying to see if White's gonna be able to win this game after all. Not looking easy at this point anymore. I hope you're doing well. It's already evening. I can't believe this. I feel like I just woke up. I feel like it's morning and I'm waiting for the morning to... I'm waiting for the morning to turn afternoon and then afternoon to evening, but sometimes you know when you're doing commentary, you don't feel the time passing because there's a lot of excitement going on. I mean, especially when the evaluation kind of changes or the position changes drastically, or not drastically, I don't know. At this point, I think it's kind of draw here, and at this point here, I'm not fully sure what to expect. Go check. Okay, I will go at some point. Right now I'm busy doing some analysis. I've never heard that before in my life. I really thought the sun rises in the north. Are you sure it rises in the east? I mean, chat will think I'm mean. It's okay. We don't care. I was being sarcastic, mister. I was being sarcastic. Bishop h6 was better. When? Earlier, huh? When you suggested it? When was it? Like here, I think, right? I'm with you, Christiansen. I'm with you. Like, yeah. Bishop h6 here would have made things so much easier for white. I mean, he was pinned all over, and this bishop was falling. I mean, rook e7. It's surprising he missed this because he had time. He had time here. He spent like 13 minutes and he played h6. I wonder if he took the pawn mistakenly instead of taking the bishop. Maybe he wanted to take the bishop, but then he took the pawn mistakenly. And maybe that's why that happened. I don't know. This here, I'm not sure anymore he's winning. I don't. He's only up a pawn, and then those pawns are weak, and if you're not careful and you lose one of those pawns, then, you know, there'll be some issue. Yes, you can check the best moves with the engine, but I'm not checking them now. Occasionally. I'm occasionally checking them. Okay, so king e3. I mean, they can repeat the position here if they want to. I don't know if Grandmaster Barbosa is trying to play further, because like this was the position, right? So 1, 2. If he plays king e3, will be 2, and then it can be 3. 3 times the same position. It's a draw. 3 times repetition. For those of you who don't know. Most of you probably know who are here. Black is still thinking. So what would we play with black here to try to equalize king h7? I was thinking king h7. Or maybe queen e6 to try to grab the pawn in f5. That seems like an unpleasant idea too, right? I don't keep it, it's white keeps it. It's not. He kept not moving it away from there, so it got stuck. He can still move it now. He can go king h2, but it's black's turn now, so, you know, we have to wait to see what black plays. Wait, what? I'm not playing here. We're watching a tournament. We're watching a tournament. So that's why I'm sitting in the same position. I'm waiting for black to make a move. Player with the black pieces did not move. There's no real try to play. I mean, it's 5 p.m. and they're playing at 6. Exactly. I would have sacked everything. The whole house. Yep, I would be done. I would be gone. Done. Had lunch too, because I never even had breakfast. I can't believe it's 5 p.m. I had some ham in the break, and I made myself some chocolates, protein, chocolate, banana, milk, shake thing. But that didn't keep me very energized, or maybe it did, I don't know. But I'm looking forward to a break, but there's no break. Like I don't even know if I have time to make lunch. Cause around next round starts at 6. Uh Next round starts at 6 and now it's 5:05, 5:06. King h7. Okay, so he traded and now queens will be get traded. Yeah, these two pawns are very annoying because they are connected and you can't get rid of them that easily. So I guess this game will end in a draw. I was just being... I think this round might have all draws. Unless Grandmaster Barbosa somehow creates something there. It's like, I don't think you can win this. Wait, what? Time your breaks in between for next round. I know, it's just like it's really tricky because like if I take too short of a break, then I come back and I'm still tired. Well, I'm not too tired, but like if I take too long of a break, then you guys are leaving. So it is tricky. It is tricky. But don't worry, no, I'll have time to cook something. I'll make some shrimp, shrimp or some chicken maybe. I'll just cook some chicken. It doesn't take that long. It takes like 20 minutes. I made bread the other day. Where's Sherpuskin from? I don't know exactly. Latvia maybe? Originally? Maybe he's from Russia, but I don't know. He is... He was born in Ukraine, actually. Ukraine. Okay. He's from Ukraine. Okay, so queens are getting traded. And then he played king g4. He's gonna try to bring the king to support the f1, but the problem is after rook f7, you can't really support it, because if you go rook here 98, unless he wants to do this, I guess that could work. That could work, but then we just go e3 and eventually you will have to give up that pawn. 94. Black will get this one too, and then, yeah, that will be a draw. Okay, no more moves in that one. Time to solve them. Is that Dvoretsky's endgame manual? Twisted. You must be a strong player if you are familiar with that, you know, acronym and stuff. How strong are you, if you don't mind me asking? Okay, the Dvoretsky's endgame manual, he didn't mess up in the endgame technically. And, you know, like he technically, maybe another Dvoretsky thing if you want, not the endgame manual. Because, like, or maybe you are just saying, like, this is a draw. So, it's like, don't worry about it. Take the draw. I'm not sure what you're saying. Okay. The thing is, if black spends time here and actually comes up with some way to improve, I would say okay. Okay, take the time. But if not, you have another game at 6 p.m. Go take some rest and have some lunch, dinner, some fish. On a good day, 2050. Uh-huh, okay, gotcha. Not bad, not bad. Rook G7. There's a king here, when? You mean here, Rook G7? Instead of that. Okay. Takes, and you want to take with the H pawn? Okay. And, I push E3. And, E2, King F2, knight E4, King E2, knight F6. This is a draw. Knight F5, King G6. Draw. No matter how you do this, at this point, it's a draw. He missed his chance. Bishop H6, come on! He's not gonna be happy after the game if he realizes that. He should not check it. He should just go take some rest. I wonder if they will delay the round if these games are getting played that much. Cause, like, I don't know, it seems a bit too close to one another. I mean, no time to eat anything or rest. I mean, he was winning. I mean, missing that chance is obviously very, very saddening for him. But next round is in 45 minutes. Maybe I should go turn on the stove for my chicken. Chicken, lava chicken. Dun, dun, dun. Did you guys see that movie? I had that song stuck in my head for a while. Rook D2. Minecraft movie. That is so good. Hilarious. Hi Zeal, welcome. You ask me, I don't know. That's not my decision. A lot of people these days like two-time controls. It's more prestigious. It's more like you have more time. I don't know if 30 minutes. I mean, these days they do like 90 minutes for 40 moves and then 15 minutes additional time. So I don't know, but for this tournament they did 30. I mean, you know, It's Minecraft movie with that actor, very famous, hilarious one. You guys should watch it. At least check the clip. Check out the clip with the lava chicken. If you want to have a song stuck in your head forever. For a while. Or don't check it, you know. 60 plus 20 would be better. I've never seen 60 plus 20. This is an interesting suggestion, Christensen. I don't know. Hi, Kilorin. How are you doing? Long time no see. Movie night with the view. No, I'm not doing movie night. I'm doing commentary. But I was just telling people that I want to make some chicken. But these games are still being played, so I don't know what's going on. And I was thinking about my chicken, and then that song from Minecraft came to my head. The lava chicken song. Yeah, it's kind of hilarious. They even have it like times, they play the song and then they have it like times 2 and then you have the times 3 and then times 10 and it's like so fast. I don't know. Sometimes you gotta get a good laugh, You can't. You need a distraction. You can't just work the whole time. Okay. All right, so now I gotta say, listen. Grandmaster Barbosa spent 15 minutes, 13 minutes to play f4. Finally decided to play f4. Yeah. I don't know what's going on now. King d3 only move. Just play it, please, faster. Why are you thinking, Mr. Road? Grandmaster Road, please play King d3. I feel bad because I don't want him to lose again. Sebas, hey, long time no see. I'm just I'm doing commentary for this really cool tournament that celebrates 140 years of chess in New Jersey, and they have an all grandmaster field for 10 grandmasters playing a round robin. This is round 6. 3 of the games finished in a draw. I thought there was gonna be a game definitely won for white. It didn't. Doesn't look like it will be. And now this one, which also should be a draw, but we'll see. And the next round is at 6. So I was just telling everyone that I don't know if I have time to make my chicken. It's good to see you too. Yeah, I've been away for some time because I was traveling to Europe. I had to go check in on my grandma. She's getting older and she had some health issues, so I just considering I could work from there, I figured it's nice to be able to be home and spend some time with her. So I worked from there, and then I was the head of delegation for World Youth Chess Championships, which took place in Albania. So the whole, end of, September until, mid-October, I was traveling, and it's hard when I'm traveling to stream. I do want to do it, and I do want to come and show up. Streaming is still not my main area of focus. I want to make it more. Coaching is the main, I gotta think finances first. So this one is it could be potentially something that I would do more of. I definitely plan on streaming these months until December. I don't know if daily, but relatively almost every day. We'll see if we'll have more streams, maybe some morning ones. And yeah, so you guys will see me, should be able to see me more. This tournament has 3 more rounds, so I'll be back at 6 p.m. after I'll go off probably and then come back. And then tomorrow there's 2 rounds at 10:30 and at 4 p.m. Eastern time, so that's definitely happening. I'll be streaming for US Chess some events, including the K-12 National Grade Championships, which are in December. And yeah, so until then, you should expect to see more of me here, and I'm planning to release some YouTube videos as well. We'll be focusing on that too. But as of right now, um, right now this weekend is about getting fully healthy and finishing this commentary for now. Wait, Kiloran, where do you want me to go? You mean to Europe? Yeah, so the summer I've been teaching a lot of camps in the United States. Next year I don't know if I'm gonna take that many. It's okay, so they agreed on a draw in this game. Yeah, of course. No, I'm gonna come back in December. I think at the end of December I'm probably gonna go back to spend Christmas with family. We'll see. I haven't decided yet. I need to decide soon because ticket prices are getting expensive. So it looks like the players agreed on a draw, and it's really saddening that knight g6 was not played here, and then rook takes e4. I thought this was like a gorgeous kind of tactical idea for white. And then of course the one that Christensen suggested, instead of h6, bishop h6. The engine didn't even suggest it, but I did love the idea with bishop h6, because you're putting pressure, and the whole point was to meet e takes f3 with this one, and even if you're pinned, nobody cares, because then that's falling. This gotta hurt a bit for Grandmaster Sierpowski, because he really was really pushing the whole game. This one, I guess they're still gonna be playing this for a while. But there's not that much to play for. Okay, rook h7. Okay, rook takes h5 has to happen, so please do play it now. You're down a pawn, so you have to take king d4. And then, I think the easiest way for white to draw is probably to bring the rook to the side and just give lateral checks. I think it's probably the easiest. That's what I'd do. There's always something to play for, of course. Of course, it is chess after all. Don't lose hope. Who says I lose hope? Okay, rook b5. Very nice. Very nice. I'm just nervous a bit here for the players, because they're playing on 1 minute and 30 seconds increment. 30 seconds increment. Which languages do I speak? I can speak Romanian, English, French, and Spanish relatively fluently. And I can speak, I can understand a lot of Italian, and understand some Portuguese, not so much, and Russian, and I studied some German, so I will have some basic understanding. It should be more than basic, but I haven't practiced it or heard it in a really long time, so I feel that possibly I could have lost it. Yeah. Being from Romania has certainly helped because Romanian is a Latin language, but it's a country that's surrounded by, it's like an island of Romance language in a sea of Slavic languages because we're surrounded by, Ukraine and Serbia and Bulgaria. So um, we have had some influence, some Slavic influence, especially in the grammar. So it's has helped, like especially with words and grammar. And yeah, Greek, no, no. I mean, I only know a couple of words, but it's a completely different family. Um, Thanks, Kiloran. I basically like French. My parents taught me at a young age French, and we were traveling to tournaments in France a lot. So I had the opportunity to kind of get immersed in the French culture, basically. And that's, I think, the best way to learn a language when you go there and you're forced to talk it if you want to be understood and be fed and whatever. My parents would, like, when I was still young, my parents would have to leave me with someone to take care of me. And if I really wanted to tell them I'm hungry, I had to figure out how to say it. And then it helped, practice and stuff. English I learned in school, and then of course my parents too. They knew English also from school, and we because the travels by car from Romania to France or Spain, for example, would take, I don't know, over 20 hours. It's boring to just have like a road trip that long and do nothing. So we would often practice or speak, certain language. So that has helped, especially with English and French. Spanish, I have tricked my parents in a way. I was watching these telenovelas or novelas, and I don't know if I was allowed or not because there was romances, and when I was a kid, you're not supposed to watch romance. I mean, there was nothing too not kid approved, but still, when they were traveling and they were not taking me with them, I would sometimes, spend time with my grandparents watching a bit, not much, but I kind of caught it quite easily, and never really practiced much until college, where I wanted to take some Spanish classes to learn the grammar, and then the professor didn't know which class to tell me to get in, so he made me like read some notes, and translate. I did that, and then he told me to go in this intermediate class, but then before I was leaving, someone came into the office and made a joke with him in Spanish, of course. And it was relatively long joke. She was telling, my professor some story, and it was hilarious. And I started laughing because, and then he looked at me and was like, "Did you understand what she said?" I was like, "Yeah." It's like, that was not supposed to be understood. That's more like, um, um, I don't know. I guess the way they speak, and you're not, foreigners are not supposed to understand unless you really know more of the language. So he made me take advanced Spanish, and I learned to write some. And I'm still very, nervous to speak or too much, but writing, it's always been kind of cool because, I don't know. Anyways, it worked out. Yeah, immersion definitely helps. Yeah, like it depends from which country. Of course, in the US with Latin America and stuff, like I can see the different accents, but when they talk to a foreigner, they try to kind of speak slower and not use slang, so it kind of helps when you have a conversation. But even some slang, it's understandable. But if they speak too fast sometimes, um, they, might be harder to get, I think, depending where they're from. Cherry, you want to be a WGM? Where's your level now? What's your rating now? $1,600 FIDE, and how old are you? You're cooked? No, you're not cooked. It takes time. It takes time and dedication and motivation and um, practice. 22, you're ancient. You are not ancient. I'm ancient. You are, yeah, way too young. You're still very young. But okay, that's an age where, you got to decide what you do if you're going to be focused on trying to have a family and things, then it might be harder, but if you put in a few hours every day in the areas that you're struggling with to try to improve, and you continue to improve the areas where you're good at, with time you will be able to improve. You just need to make sure you have some good schedule in and work on the things that are necessary. A lot of people just play a lot, and sometimes just playing is not going to help you really progress that much. You think many people are just bots? Maybe that's why I'm getting no subscriptions, because everyone is a bot. Bots don't know how to subscribe. Can I ask something about unrated kids playing in 19? I think I don't know why unrated kids play in those sections. Maybe their parents think that they're good enough to play in those sections. I don't know. You can definitely do that, Stefan. You're a certified bot? Come on. You did subscribe to my channel once, Twisted. You just told me you're 2000 something. No. Bots are not 2000 a good day and 1900 a bad day. Come on. Come on. I don't believe you that you're a bot, Twisted. I asked my aunt Lila. So what's your name, bot? What's your name? Because you can't be stockfish at 2000. That's something must have happened. You're the niece or nephew of stockfish, probably. Yeah. Lila is too. No, you or okay. What's your name, bot? I'm a 32-year-old. I don't want to be like you. Okay. I don't want to be like you either. I don't even know how you are, but I don't want to be like you. I want to be like me. Why would I want to be like anyone else? I don't think you have a good provisional rating. That's good. That's good. So you got to train some more for your next tournament that you play so that your provisional actually gets a bit higher than normally. You got this, Maple. You got this. Stuck fish? Maybe you are small fish. Maybe your name is, your bot name is small fish. Although even that is pretty strong. There's an app, small fish. That's true, Sherry. Or Cherry. Do you guys think these guys will play all the way till 6? Because if that's the case, I'm not going back live at 6. I can tell you that. Drama. I was told that I'm a drama queen. I don't even know why. I don't even think I'm dramatic. Rook A1, Rook A2. Let's get this. Maple, come on. Come on. You got this. What's happening here? There's no progress. Okay. He's really trying to win this. I can see. I understand. Wow. Just get your FIDE, Maple, and then you won't care. Get your FIDE higher than your USCF, and then you're good. You're good to go. Jaren, Mac was merciful on Delugi. I see. Yep, he was. He was much worse, and then he got a draw, you know. Could have played on. Oh. Twisted is talking like a true bot. Trying to get some recruits from MI6 or something, CIA, something. You won with the fried liver? That's good. That's a good one. You got this. I think there's a tournament in New Jersey also. It's a CCA tournament. An open tournament. No. This weekend, but maybe you missed it. I don't know. Where it is, Princeton, or I don't know. It was a CCA one. Yeah, but you don't want to play without training, you know, it doesn't really help you that much to play without training. So my question is, are these players going to start immediately as this game ends? You will play chess only when you're ready to beat Magnus. Well, you missed your chance. Magnus not playing anymore, so you missed your chance to beat him. If you ever had one. If you had one. It's gone. Sorry to let you know about that. But you've been informed. I keep needing to change this command. I keep saying I will and I keep forgetting. There's no progress here, guys. The reason is, you know, the rook can try many times to try to get this pawn. If black gets this pawn, they'll be able to win. But this never happens because the king stays protected. And earlier, as you guys saw, you know, if black gives checks or something, the king just goes back to f2. And then if the rook goes there to attack, the king goes back to f2. There's no way to get the king away from f2. Even if you come to g3, he can bring it there, but now, you know, check, king f5, and then rook a8 to give checks from behind. And there's not much to do at this point. Oh, looks like Grandmaster Road did offer a draw, but black declined, so... Wegman's chicken. Do we have a Wegman's? Wait, who will play tomorrow or after tomorrow? I don't know if I have a Wegman's. I don't know if we have a Wegman's here. I will check. I'll let you know. I can check my phone. Let's see. And stuff. Oh, Magnus. He will play some online stuff, right? We don't have a Wegmans in my area, Maple. You can ship me some. By the time it gets here, it'll be rotten. Rotten chicken. I know Wegmans is really good. We have Publix. They just opened a new Publix and Fresh Market. Sam's Club, Costco, you know. Any of you guys, if you want to sponsor me, you know, feel free to do so for mentioning your names on stream. I'm just kidding. How is he trying to win this? I do not know. There's one way. Okay, I see one way that he can try. So rook h8, and then there's this way. Here, king f1, e4, f takes e4, f3, check, king f4, check, and now black is winning. Obviously this is not gonna happen. I'm just showing you a line. This is the only way. This is the only way that we get the chance to win with black, if white allows it. But I've made a huge blunder, specifically the last move. Everything till here we can allow happen. So this is basically like a Philidor position with the pawn on third rank already. So in order to get a draw, we need to put the rook on the third rank to get it. If he goes king g3, no worries, now we check him. If he tries to come here to hide behind the pawn so we don't have a check, we need to have a check lateral. And that seals the deal, and it is a draw. I mean, they might play it out longer, but we'll see. You joined the sailing team? Oh, cool. That's nice of you if you make a donation. They're really fighting, these guys. It's like life or death situation. They don't care. They have another round in 15 minutes. They're gonna play. They don't care. I'm not getting my chicken. No lava chicken for me. I should have taken a break. Why didn't I take? I will take a break once this game is over. I won't start immediately. We'll stop the stream and start back up at 6. But yeah. There's no progress, my friends. No progress. I know Grandmaster Road has blundered before in endgames and stuff, but he's a strong player. Let's not forget, he's a legendary Grandmaster over 2600. I understand the pain. You're trying to win. You're trying to score more points, but sometimes you gotta take the draw, get a bit of rest. You don't even have time. You don't even have 15 minutes if you need to go to the bathroom. It's like, that's it. Come on. Please take the draw. You know, I say please take the draw, and if he actually wins, he will just be like, see? I knew I had to fight for something. Like, I can't even say that. As a commentator, I want them to play and give a fight, but this is not the kind of fight I want to see. This is not the kind of fight I want to see because there's no real advancement, you know. There's no real advancement here. How many moves did they play since trade has happened? So after F4, I think. No, after the capture. So capture happened on move 54. Oh no, wait, he also played E5. Okay, so from move E5, which is move 60. Oh, and they're only on move 78. 110. We gotta go to 110. What's the standing? Good point. Let's review the standing. So right now in the standings we have Grandmaster Max DeLugi and Alexander Lenderman with 4.5, and then Grandmaster Alex Rapunski with 4. Andrew Tang, Durabek Amrakulov, Mark Paragua, and that's it, are with 3.5. And then we have Grandmaster Barbosa with 2.5, but he's still playing this game, so might get 3. Mackenzie Molnar, John Fedorovich, and Grandmaster Michael Rode with 0 points. Those are the current standings. Okay, King F5 or King F6. Rook H7, it's just a repetition. Have some water. Don't worry. I have water. I should go check on my poor baby. Let's see how she's doing. She's been sleeping all day. Reggie, you want to say hi? You want to say hi to the stream? Oh, poor baby. Oh, we got an injured cat over here. She came to say hi. She didn't really want to, but she came anyways. Poor injured kitty. She has to wear this thing. Yeah. This is the Reggie. She's the queen. Are you the queen? She's the queen. She got an infection on her paw, so that's why we had to wear this, and hopefully it is slowly healing. We're taking care of it every day, right, Rich? Right? Right. Stray cats. She's not a stray cat. She's an indoor cat. But she got an infection. It can happen to everyone. She's a ninja cat? No. No. She just got an infection. It's been tough. But she's strong. I know she hates this color so much. She's not happy with it. The vet visits is just a mission. I mean, yeah, I guess. But no, they gave me some medicine for her. She's been taking it for the past week. And she's recovering. But, you know, it's not easy. They said that they're gonna start at 6 p.m. I don't know how they're gonna start at 6 p.m. when this game is still in progress. I'm sure the other players have already arrived and getting ready to play their next round, but you know, this is... You have had your fair share of cats? I thought you're a bot. You mean you've played against a fair share of bot cats? Is that what you're saying? E4 finally happening. Okay, so he's gonna try. He's gonna try going for this line. Pawn takes. Yes, Reggie. Catbots is a real thing. Okay. It's hilarious. Well, Regina loves chess. Specifically the Black King. She wants to crush it. Right, Reggie? Okay, rook e7 check. Ah, he tried to do it with the pawn in f4. Okay, we can give one check. And then we're gonna go there. Hey, sweetie. Do you want to say hi to the chat? You already said hi. Okay. Well, I need to bring her back because she cannot jump. She's not allowed. You sit here, take a nappy. Nappy time. I think she's getting hungry too. She's like, what are you doing, human? Still there? Still that game? A3 may be your favorite square? No. G4 is my favorite square. G4. Why does Michael Rhodes time show 0-0? G4 grab? Yeah. I'm gonna ask if no moves are gonna show up anymore. What is going on? I'm asking if they accepted the draw. Because it shows 0-0 at this point. I don't know what's happening. No more moves. What? No. No way. No way. No. Grandmaster road flagged. He lost on time. This is sad. This is sad, guys. This is very sad. Okay, what to do? What to do? Oh, staff. It's tough. It's very tough. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I feel for him. I mean, this is a draw. I just needed to play a bit faster. Not all Rook N games are draw, but this one was a draw. It's just had to play faster. Anything, any move draws until, you know, just make sure you get your Rook here on 3rd rank. This is sad. All right, my friends, I'm gonna take about, I don't know, 20 minutes or so, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, to go, eat something very fast, at least get it ready, and And I hope you'll be close by. I mean, I can send you a raid to someone temporarily, and hopefully once I go back live, you will join me back at 6 p.m. I don't know whom I can send you to. Do you have someone in mind did you want me to send you to for a raid? Anyone make any suggestion? I'm gonna send you to Chess Sharks. I think they're playing in the Alto. I'm not sure, but hopefully I'll see you guys back. I'll see you guys back in about 20 minutes. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. If you are not joining, by the way, you're not joining, just keep in mind I'll be back tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. as well as